Hello, everybody. Welcome to Sprint. I hope that you guys can hear me okay, because I'm not having audio issues, but my actual microphone that I normally use is not connecting to my computer, so I switched to a different one. How are we all doing? Happy Wednesday. Is that what day it is? Leanne is going to be joining us at some point soon. And we're going to get some reading done today. I'm doing back-to-back sprints all day, so I'm like ready to go. I'm going to start the day by working. I've got some stuff on, and then I'm going to hopefully get some reading done. Ooh, Die Volume 3 and Avalon Tower. Nice. At work, so here for the company and vibes. We supported Nick. You are always welcome here. Hello to Lee. Hello to Lindy. Hello to Sophie. Good morning. I have the late shift tonight, so excited to do some reading before I have to leave. I hope that your morning/daytime is as productive as possible. Not me getting an ad right when the sprint starts. Oh no, sorry. Hello from Tasmania. Hello to Tasmania. Welcome. Good morning, Jessica. Hello, my loves. What we all reading? How we doing? I am reading when I do actually start reading. I have not brought it over with me, but it's over there. I'm reading The Wisdom of Crowds by Jo Abercrombie. Ready for our live show, which is going to be a little bit earlier in the month than usual. It's going to be on the 1st of September. So I'm getting that out of the way. I also have an audiobook on the go, which is Waking Gods. But I am going to start my day by sending out my Patreon bookmarks for July. And then they're sorted because that's like my most immediate thing that needs to be done. And then I have Shelve It or Scrap It episode 7 to proof and schedule for you guys for tomorrow. And then hopefully I'll manage to get some reading done. Ooh, when's my HelloFresh arriving? 12:03 and 2:03. Nice. Where was I? Oh, I'm forgetting once again that it's public sprint, so I won't be able to get to everyone's comments today, but thank you all for joining. I do appreciate all of you. Oh, I'm sorry you have insomnia, Grace. That is rough. I believe that you can catch up. Like, you've got this. Oh, doggios. Trying to distract myself while waiting for the GCSE results. Well, good luck. I hope that you get everything that you want from them. Good morning. I'm sorry you have to work, Kim, but thank you for popping in to say hi. Got a week off work. Looking forward to reading and chilling. I am very jealous. I'm in like a cozy homebody mood right now, and all I want to do is read, watch TV and movies, and do cozy crafts. Empire of the Vampire, very nice. Murder in the Family by Cara Hunter. Good morning. Excited to get reading. Today I'm reading Hearts That Cut. Nice. Finally back to reading sprints after a long break. Well, we are very happy to have you here today. Reading The Gods Below, Dracula Daily, and then Watchmen. Nice. Ooh. Oh
no. Oh no.
What fucking time you showed up? What time did you call this?
I'm sorry.
4 minutes past 10.
I heard you say somebody had insomnia, and I was sitting there like, me too. I could not wake up this morning. Like, and I'm, that way where you're watching the time go down, and I was like, 5 more minutes will be fine. 5 more. No, it wasn't fine. I'm late. My hair's still wet. It's fine.
Damn. Well, this will make you feel real good. I've been for a run this morning, done some yoga, had a shower, got dressed, cleaned my desk, read a chapter, had some coffee.
You're a very untrustworthy person sometimes. Do you know that?
Actually, I beg to differ. I'm the most trustworthy person because I am.
That's true. You show up when you say you're going to show up. You're never late.
That's
just
true.
Superior to all beings in all ways.
I'm glad that you've acknowledged that.
Yeah, it's fine. I am full bog witch status. It's okay. I'm good.
I am announcing a new catch-up book club series in October, but we will not start it until technically November, but I'll start it in January, which is when the first live show will be.
I love that you're just like, yeah, Wheel of Time's still happening, but that's fine. I'm going to start another catch-up book club. That'll be okay. Nothing
Look,
bad
I
can
have my
happen there.
best interests at heart, and Catch Up Book Club is my book club. So, like, we got to keep that ball rolling. The dedication, or is it dedication? People have been asking me what the next Catch Up Book Club series is for the entirety of this year, and we haven't even finished First Law yet.
Is that, though, an indication of, like, dedication, or an indication of the amount of people who read the first book in Joe Abercrombie and went, nah?
I just think it's like, it blows my mind that people think that I know what I'm going to be reading, because, like, obviously it's going to start, the first live show is going to be in 2025, and people have been asking me since the beginning of 2024 what I might possibly be reading then. Sandra actually messaged me the other day and asked me if a series was going to be the next Catch-Up Book Club series after the one that we picked to be the next one. So I literally sent her a sarcastic response and was like, sorry, what did I say? I'll tell you exactly what I said, because it was very sarcastic.
I feel like that's more a comment on Sandra than any other thing you could have, like, that is the level of extra that Sandra aspires to be.
I mean, literally. She said, I have an inner urge to read blank series. How big are the chances for it to be the next catch-up? And I said, I'm sorry, Sandra, I can't give you an accurate prediction of what I might read in 2026. Which I feel like is very fair.
Screw you.
It's like I can't accurately calculate those percentages right now on account of it being, like, you know, a year and a half away.
But you should know everything because you are the BookTube oracle.
Apparently so. Apparently so.
Yes.
We got some hellos for you.
Hi, people.
Yeah.
Good morning.
Oh, 6:30 a.m. Ugh.
No, thank you. Oh,
I have been going to sleep at like 10:30 though, so I think on Monday I woke up at 6:30 and looked at the clock and was like, I'm just going to get an extra 30 minutes sleep.
Is this like still adjusting from jet lag, or genuinely have you just become a morning person?
I am a morning person. I get up at 7 every day. That's just what I do, but 6:30 is like a bit early, you know.
Yeah.
So I get up, I have like a routine, like my routine's the same nearly every day. I get up in the morning, I walk Brie. Normally by the time I've got downstairs and out the door, it's like 20, because I get up at 7. I normally snooze my alarm once and get up at like 7:15. So by the time I'm out the door with Brie, it's normally about 25 to 20 to 8. So by the time I'm back, it's just gone 8. I have breakfast, have coffee, read until 9, and then start work.
Yeah, we're completely different people because I'm frequently awake at like 2:30 in the morning, which I know could never be you.
Well, it used to be me. I used to be a night person, and I made myself a morning person.
Yeah, no, it's like I'm happy with my like midnight dwelling personality. But I basically wake up when Harry starts getting ready for like work in the morning. And by the time that he has left, which is usually by 8:30, I've usually got the will together to roll out of bed. Okay, any hint on the next series?
I can't. Okay, I'll give you. Do you know? Did I tell you what it is? Do you know? Yeah. I don't know if this is too big a hint.
I don't know how you would hint from that series without everybody immediately going, oh, it's that. The only thing that I could think of is the covers, but even like the color of the cover is going to lead people in a certain direction.
I am not bothered necessarily about people knowing what it is, but it bothers me that people always want to know what it is, you know? And like,
yeah.
It's like when people ask me a question like, when is this thing going to happen? And I'm like, when I announce it, you will know, and so will everyone else. If you don't know, it's because I haven't made a decision or I've scheduled an announcement. Like, it's just...
So that, like, during the live shows for each of the books in the Fits Along, people are asking me when the next live show is going to be, and I'm like, in a month. Like, it's going to be a month.
Yeah, it's like, because with, like, I always give people enough notice for everything. Like, you will know when I give you the Catch-Up Book Club announcement, you will have 3 months before the first live show. Like, you will know in plenty of time when it's going to be. You don't need to know at the beginning of 2024 what we're going to be reading in 2025. That's
Spend
far too much.
all of your cash on those books in your own time.
And then if I tell you at the beginning of 2024 what we're reading in 2025, by the time we get there, you'll have either already read it or you'll be bored and you won't want to read it anymore because you knew too early what it was. So
because that's one of the reasons why we changed the way that my book club works, because quite a lot of people have, and like, don't get me wrong, I sometimes have this as well when it's not my book clubs, but a lot of people have that thing where they're really excited for the choosing process of what the book's going to be, but then when they're told what the book's going to be, they're like, I don't want to read it anymore. I'm like, well,
I will give a hint about what it is. It's probably going to be a really big hint. It's really obvious. It's the only thing that I know about this series, really. And I'm going to give you one word, and the word is giants.
Okay.
I don't know how obvious that is.
I mean, I think if you know about the books, it's obvious, but I don't know. We'll see how many people guess.
Because that's all I know about the book. So, like, it's obvious to me. If you said that word to me, I could only think of one series, but I don't know how obvious that is to everybody else, you know?
Yeah, I don't know when I found out that giants were included in this. I just know that they are.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I don't know. There are definitely other fantasy series I can think of, though, that have got, like, you know, mythical races in it, like orcs and trolls and that kind of stuff. There are a few options.
I feel like giants are pretty rare, though. The only thing that I could consider a giant in a series I've read is Loyal in Wheel of Time, but he's not actually a giant.
He's just very large.
The BFG. We will be reading one chapter of the BFG every 2 months throughout 2025. Yeah.
Also, Sleeping Giant, somebody guessed, but I think that's like, is that like a 3-book series?
Yeah, and I'm already like nearly done with book 2.
How are you enjoying book 2?
Some guesses for... Sorry?
How are you enjoying book 2?
It's all right. It's so cute for the BFG. Let's do it. Have you read these books?
Mm-mm.
I
owned the first book and unhauled it because I found out about a fact in it, and I was like, no, thank you.
Oh, what's the fact? Put it in the private chat. I need to know.
I shall.
I don't even know how to access the private chat. It's done that thing. Do you know where it hides? Oh, it's there, where I can't find the tab. There it is. Yeah, I'm enjoying it. I don't think I'm enjoying it as much as I expected to when I first heard about the series, which, to be fair, was when I first started BookTube. So it's been a long time. But I'm enjoying the listening process, and it's weird because, like, it's a high stakes kind of series, but for some reason I didn't think that it was going to be. So when anything super dramatic or high stakes happens, I don't believe it, even though, like, it is high stakes and there are consequences to actions, but my brain just goes, nah. So something really okay.
Yeah, it's not for me. Like, somebody, maybe it was one of my patrons, because they're quite good at having my back, knowing my triggery stuff, like, sent me 2 paragraphs from it, and I was like, okay, no, I cannot have that in my life. That's okay.
That's fair. I don't think it's a spoiler to say what it is.
No, I didn't want to trigger other people at this time in the morning by talking about existential thoughts about death, really.
Yeah. It's more about death than I expected it to be, because I thought I just knew it was about robots. I didn't know that it was going to end up, because also I knew, or I heard after that it's a First Contact with Aliens story. But I don't really read First Contact with Aliens, so I don't really have anything to compare it to. But it's not First Contact with Aliens as I expected. Like, we haven't gone to a planet and met an alien, or like we haven't had an actual little
like
green
a
man
spaceship hasn't landed,
So like it does pertain to aliens, but not in a way that I expected it to. But I think I enjoy it more because of that, because it's gone down the technological aspect, and then it also has like a dystopian or like apocalyptic kind of thing to it that I also wasn't expected. I'm having a good time. It's not 5 stars like I originally thought it was going to be, but I'm definitely enjoying it.
I think that's like partially my issue, is that and it's funny because whenever I say to anybody, oh, I'm triggered by death in books, they're like, girl, all you read is like fantasy with death and thrillers with death and true crime with death and mysteries with death. And I'm like, okay, yes, but like in a certain context. So like, I don't mind if people die and there are dead bodies and stuff like that. I mind the discussions that are like, what is the purpose of us? And this is the amount of time that we've got, and what do we do with it? And that is very present, I feel like, in certain kinds of like dystopian fiction, where like, I prefer my dystopian more like The Walking Dead, where yes, horrible, horrible things are happening and lots of people are dying, but nobody's got time to sit down and be like, but what does it all mean?
Oh, which is that's pretty much what this series is about.
Exactly. And I just can't do that anymore. So
to be fair, in this series, I will say I think one of the reasons why I'm shocked when anything big happens is because the people, so essentially it's about a group of like military personnel, like engineers, pilots that have been put together to kind of find the robot pieces, put them together and figure out why they're there and what they mean.
Every time you say robot, my brain goes to massive Transformers. And I'm just like, Becca's reading a Transformers book.
The Iron Giant. Gives me Iron Giant vibes. But yeah, so they're trying to figure that out. But every time something massive happens, they tend to be pretty chill about it.
Oh.
Because they're trying to figure out like what it is, and like a lot of them have that like, you know, like removed detachment that you have when you're responsible for crisis management. So it's like, oh yeah, like 50 people died, but the alternative was 20,000 people dying, so 50 people dying ain't bad. Yes. So because they're sometimes very chill about things, I'm then chill about things, and then when something really big happens, I'm like, well, you're not shocked, so like I feel like I'm not shocked. But I did listen in the audiobook, I think yesterday morning, there was somebody, they were torturing somebody. Obviously it's like a full cast audio, and they were poking like pins into his finger bones, and he was like screaming, and I'm walking the dog like ugh. and then because you know that I hate body horror because I have like medical anxiety. After that, I put my audiobook on when I was prepping dinner, not my audiobook, my podcast, and they were talking about the Radium Girls and jawbones dissolving, and I was like, I love it here. I love it here.
The Radium Girls is like so intense, man. So intense.
I didn't know that. Like, I knew that there was a book about the Radium Girls.
Oh my god.
But I didn't. That's all I knew. And it's a podcast I listen to every episode. So by the time they got to the jawbones dissolving, I was too deep, and I was like, I gotta continue now.
If you're not a fan of dentistry, if you're triggered by any dentistry, do not read the Radium Girls. It is a horrifying true story. Like horrifying.
That's something that makes me like, it's very like, radiation is very triggery to me. Like I watched Chernobyl and I was like, I hate it.
Oh, Harry loves that series. It's like it's good. I mean, it's horrendous obviously, but he loves that series.
Yeah, it's, to be fair, it was only like a little like 5-minute segment, so it was fine. But not great, because I like, when I'm normally triggered by stuff, like it's fine, like it passes after the thing's over, so I can kind of deal with it. But
yeah, whereas like if it's just a moment in a movie or something like that, because like without any spoilers, there's a moment in Deadpool Wolverine where it actually gets really serious for a minute, and there's an existential moment, and I was like, oh, I didn't come here for this. And I just disappeared into my phone for 2 seconds until it was done, and then I was fine. But in a book where, I don't know, I feel like I have a different reaction when it's like written down or an audiobook that's like somebody's talking to me. Like I have a different reaction to that as opposed to some characters on screen having a reaction and then moving on. So it gets into my brain in a way that I end up spiraling. And I just like, it's one of those things where even like 10 years ago, I would have been like, no, but you still have to read the books. You can't let yourself be triggered by these things and just miss out. And I'm like, no, it's totally fine. There are other books. I'll be fine. I don't need the triggery alien book. I'm okay.
I do get sad though, because like I used to love watching Saw. I don't know how. I can't watch Saw now. I can't. I'm too squeamish. Like, absolutely cannot do it.
I also like, I'm a big horror movie fan as well, and I can watch like, you know how there are some like Saw that are kind of based on kidnapping, and it's not so much what happens to them as the imminent this something is going to happen to them, and they're sitting in the knowledge that they're going to die soon, that puts my brain absolutely into a spiral. And I'm like, I'm such a horror geek, man. It's really depressing that there's now just a whole genre that I'm like, yeah, I can't do that anymore.
Okay, I'm going to roll for our first sprint. So if y'all aren't familiar with dice sprints, there's 244 people here. Hello, early birds.
Hi, guys. Wow.
I'm going to roll 2 6-sided dice. Each dot represents 5 minutes, which is how long the sprint will be. If we roll a double in any sprint that is not the first one or the first one that you've joined, then you have to switch books or activities, which I might do just to get out working. Not gonna lie.
Fair. In the first sprint, I will briefly vanish to eat food, but it will be brief, and then I'll be back, and I'll still be listening to my audiobook.
I'm going to start importing. I've been dragging my feet on doing the bookmarks because Curtis normally imports the addresses for me, and then he still has to print them, but he normally imports them as well. But he's really, really busy at the minute with TikTok sales. Like, it's unhinged. So I have to do it myself. So I've been procrastinating. Yeah. Just because like there's like 80 addresses, and I have them all in my address book, so it's not that big a deal because it's quick, but it's still 80 times I have to do it. So
yes, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Damn you and your popularity.
Not bad.
Nice.
I know I increased my maximum as well from 75 to 100, which I'm not at max, but I was like, why don't now I have to do it more times?
Yeah.
So I was like, it won't be a big deal because I'll just print more bookmarks because when I send them to the printers, like it doesn't matter how many people there are. And it's like, no, it does because I still have to like pack up.
Yeah, it does. It does, and that was a good choice that you made. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh well, it means that I can potentially watch. I don't know if I'm going to watch YouTube while I do it or Love Is Blind because the next 2 episodes should have dropped.
I'm going to be listening to this, eating, but then I'm going to be continuing on with my sock.
Your sock.
My sock. The sock that like Becca, whether she likes it or not, has been getting like updates on at every point in the process.
I hate to break it to you, but I made wool socks once and they soak up sweat like a bitch. And then they just stink.
These are not wool. These are not wool.
No,
they're a blend. So like, because I'm a like, again, tell me what kind of neurodivergent you are. Are you like a socks on all the time or a socks off all the time person? And I am a bare feet person, but I've always wanted to knit socks. So I'm like, I actually don't care if these don't fit me. I just want to knit socks and give them as gifts for everybody.
The one time that I knit socks, one was much bigger than the other. I don't know what wool I was using either because it was just because when I lived at my mum and dad's, like we just had like a chest full of like random balls of wool, so I just picked one. But yeah, they smell.
Did you like knit flat or did you do the chaos needle thing? Did you just do like with 2 needles knit flat and like stitch it together? Do you remember?
I think I did it with. I didn't stitch it together, so I must have done it with 3 needles or a round needle.
Yeah,
no, it must have been needles. Yeah.
Because I picked chaos and went for the scariest method first because it was the one that scared me. So I'm not always terrified of everything. Just something.
I like the comfiness. I can go either. Like I could do barefoot or socks. I prefer to wear socks because they feel cozy. But then if I've had shoes on all day, the first thing I do is take off my shoes on my socks because
I'm a barefoot, could walk outside on sharp stones and wouldn't feel it person. Like
oh yeah, no, not for me. Not for me.
That's me. Okay, sorry, I derailed us with knitting. Let's go.
That's fine. I'll see you all in 35 minutes. Hello. Sorry, I had Spotify open and I was struggling to figure out how to close everything that I needed closing and open everything that I needed opening. So how did we all do in that sprint? I did 55 postage labels. I have another, I did 54 postage labels actually. And I have another 28 to go. So the end is in sight. Hey, Elena Bravanel. Hi, Kaylee. I'm good, thank you. How are you? Having lunch? Oh, don't stop eating lunch, everybody. I'm hungry. I'm always hungry, though. We know this. Hello, Emma. How you doing? Just got back from the gym. Nice. Finished Sleep Like Death, and it got 1 star. Wow. Beautiful. Stunning. Filmed B-roll. Read 10 pages. Lovely. Put the kids to bed. Read a tiny bit. That's fine. That's fine. 0 pages, but booked a dentist appointment, so I'm taking the win. Definitely, adulting is hard. Hello. Got to 395 in Endless Terrors. Already crashing and mini to nap. Yeah, it's very early for you. Ate a bit, watched a vid. Feel like I might be getting a migraine. That sucks. 15% of Hearts That Cut by, I can't say it. Is it Kika Hatsopoulou? Hatsopoulou. You remember when I unboxed, I don't know if this is the first book or the sequel, but when I unboxed the first book, I had this issue. Caught up on Dracula Daily, and I'm about to make some coffee. It's instant, sadly, but I'm making it work. Hello, we've missed you, Lindsay. Where have you been? 100 in the deep sky. Only started reading in the last 10 minutes, just 8 pages. Fair. 15 pages left. Going to be listening with half an ear just to quickly finish this one off. Fair. Had a shower and made my Ocado order for next week. We love planning in advance. Hello, Reading Ship of Magic. Hope everyone is well. I am well, and I hope you are well, Sarah. Hello to Poland from the UK. I'm glad to hear it, Kaylee. Listen to 3% of Britain. Is it Brisinga or Brisinga? It doesn't sound like much, but it's a 30-hour audiobook. Yeah, she thick. Had some chocolate chip banana bread, muffins. Oh, that is so good. I had crunchy nut granola, Greek yogurt, and raspberries. Uploaded and scheduled my September TBR. Look at you in advance. That is not me. That is not me. I'm still... I have no idea what I'm reading next month. I also don't know what I'm going to manage to finish reading this month because I still have 8 books on my TBR, although I am currently reading 2 of them, so it's soon to be 6. I do hope that it is just a feeling and it passes very quickly. Cooked and ate dinner. We'll start reading in the next sprint. Lovely. Reading Where the Crawdads Sing and I really don't like it. Oh no, maybe a DNF? Could we DNF that today? Read 10 pages of Crown of Midnight, sorted the dogs and made coffee. 12 pages of House in the Cerulean Sea because 2 of my 3 sons woke up. The audacity. They're playing Lego next to me. I wasn't so sure about my book at first, but it won me over. Ooh, yeah. No, I definitely feel you. I wasn't sure about it at first as well, but it definitely like really pulls you in. Watch Leanne's new video in my library. I also watched that last night. Had you polo? I feel like I'm making it worse, Nick. I know you're trying to help me, but massive wagon has just pulled up outside the window and blocked all of the light. 62% in The Greatest Secret. Lovely. Spent that sprint having some food and doing some work. Gonna get reading in the next sprint. Hoping to finish Assassin's Apprentice today. Good luck. Any recommendations for a short and easy to follow audiobook that can help me get through cleaning the house? What about Sadie by Courtney Summers? That's not easy, actually. It's easy to follow, but it's like not easy in subject matter. Sleeping Giants by Sylvain Nouvelle. It's not very long for an audiobook, and it has a full cast. Hello to Norway. Listen to my audiobook working on my Aurelium journal. Lovely. Oh, I'm so excited. Y'all are just, I looked at the clock, I realized it was 11, and now I'm thinking about the next food I'm going to eat. I'm always thinking about the next food I'm going to eat, though, to be honest. Yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot. Gia's really done me dirty this time around. I have the bats prompt and the phoenix prompt, and yeah. So I have books that fit, but obviously because the prompts are very specific, my options are limited. Spanish Love Deception, nice. Okay, let me just wind this back a sec. Kajapulu? Was that right? Oh, I've lost your comment. Would you? We'll say that that's it. I feel like that was the way that I went with. Hopefully, I'll be able to finish Watchmen next. Might have a sandwich. Oh, cheese and Monster Munch. Are you putting Monster Munch on the sandwich? Because I am a fan of crisps on a sandwich, but specifically like a ready salted, like normal crisp on like a cheese or a cheese spread sandwich. Hello! I do not do them publicly often. I do them a lot on Patreon. Only when I'm doing like readathons do I host public sprints. Started the washing, read 20 pages. 4 a.m. in Canada, can't sleep, so I'm going to make a coffee. Very, very fair. I'm sorry you can't sleep though. Slay, look at me go. Damn. Sorry, Jessie, I tried. Oh, Powerless. Don't like the book, but the audiobook is good. Maybe that will help you. Currently reading The Spell Shop. My nail design is Brat Summer, is what it is. Any of the Invisible Library books are quite easy to follow on audio. Lovely. The castle prompt fucked up my romance streak. Oh no. Hey. Currently reading Unsteady by Peyton Corinne. Lovely. Struggling with a 5-star prediction prompt. I'm kind of struggling with that. I have plenty of options, but because I'm a super pedantic person, I feel like it should be a 5-star prediction. Like, because the prompt is 5-star prediction, I feel like I should go for like the 5-stariest prediction of them all, like the 5-star prediction, which is The Will of the Many. But also I'm like, should I read something on my TBR instead? You know? Reading Sword of Destiny, nice. Chris sandwich is top tier. It is. I know you're making me want one, and I do have. I've got Tyrrell's plain Chris in the cupboard. They've been there for like a month now, and I haven't opened them. But I don't have any Philadelphia, so I'll probably have a chicken toasty, which is also elite. Thanks. I caught up with the chat. Who the fuck am I? It's time to roll. Look at me go. I'm on it today. This is what happens when you exercise in the morning. I'm normally an evening exercise person, but like going for a run in the morning, even though I hate every second of it, fills me with energy for at least a couple of hours. I will crash soon because I'm on back-to-back sprints today. When we're done here, I'm going to Patreon, but let's ride this energy while it's here. I'm going to roll again. Didn't like that. Did not like that at all. I actually literally just threw one in the bin. So we have a 5, and I will roll my other one. Okay, we are going for 35 again. I haven't watched the announcement yet, but making a magical read on TBR is always a blast. That it is. I want to mood read through it, but also I do post TBR videos. So I have to make a TBR anyway, and I don't know. We'll see what happens. Icebreaker by Hannah Grace. Nice. The only book that fits one of my prompts, the author acknowledged in a 5-star read, is A Little Life. Ooh, that's rough. That's an interesting one. I wonder what mine would be. I haven't looked into ones like that so far because I do like the element of spontaneity. So if I don't have to think about it and I end up wanting to do that prompt, I kind of want to follow it in the moment. But my last 5-star read was it The Crimson Moth? I actually have no idea. I've only had like 4 this year. Feels that way. Right, I'm just going to let the timer roll through because we're already set up for 35 minutes. So I'll see you all very soon. Hello. I feel like we didn't go off then.
Did we? Oh, yeah, because we're into the... That's confusing.
It is. Why did we do this?
I do not know. Technology has failed us.
That was jarring. Sorry for everybody. I was scared by doing that.
Yeah, it was when you came back. You were like, "Hello." You sounded so serious, and I was like, "What's happened?" Are you okay?
I was watching the I Can Do It With a Broken Heart music video because it's all like backstage stuff from the Eras tour.
I see. Well, I discovered that I had done a wrong thing with my knitting, and I had to rip it back, and it was very sad and very stressful. However, I did it all while listening to my audiobook, and has anybody else read this book? Because I feel like the kindest thing that I can currently say about this, having listened to like an hour of it on audio, is that you can tell it was written by a man. Like, do you know anything about this? There we go.
No, I just know that it's pretty because you told me what you were reading.
It's a horror, and it is being adapted into a movie, or I think it has been adapted into a movie with Blake Lively. Yeah. So, family or lesbian couple go to flip this house, and weird family turns up one day and is like, "Hey, the dad's like, I used to live here. Can I show my kids around your house?" Which, to start with, is a weird concept because I would just never. But imagine going up to a house you used to live in and being like, "Can I look at my childhood bedroom?" Just like, no. Yeah. But he does it, and she's like, "Oh, well, I don't make any decisions on my own. I usually check with my girlfriend for everything. So I'm not sure what to do." And then she starts worrying because she's like, "Oh, people have broken into houses, like with this ruse before. I've watched true crime." And the time that she's thinking this and looking at like the dirt on his coat and the fact that it's at least 5 minutes walk from a road and there's no car, all this kind of stuff, he's like, "Hey, it's cold outside. Can we come in?" And she's like, Sure. So they're standing in the foyer, and she goes away to phone her girlfriend to ask if it's okay to do this. And her girlfriend's voicemail picks up, and she's like, "Oh, damn." And she's apparently been with this girlfriend for ages. And the voicemail picks up and is like, "Hello." And she goes, "Oh, hello. So this has happened." And then the voicemail goes, "I'm not here, but you can leave a message." And she's like, "Oh, damn." She gets me with that every time, even though she hasn't changed it since high school. And I'm like, sure. Yeah, this is fine. But there's no preamble, there's no nothing, there's no getting to know any of the characters. Literally on the first page, the person just turns up. What happens to the people? Oh, no, who does
I think that's happened to, Sid?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was one of her vlogs I was watching, and somebody drove past who used to live there and wanted to look around the... Like, I don't think he asked. I think he stopped and was like, "Oh," because he was looking as he was driving past, and I'm sure he stopped because they were gardening, and like they then invited him in to see.
Oh, well,
he wasn't like,
yeah, that's a bit less weird than somebody just knocking. I did have one person. We'd been here for, I don't know, like 5 years by this point, turn up at the door and be like, "Oh, is so and so here?" And I was like, no. And also, like, we bought it from a person who was a landlord whose name was this, so and so clearly hasn't lived here in like a very long time. And he was like, "Oh, damn, do you know where I can get a letter to him?" And I was like, "No." Sir, no, actually, I don't. I think it's really weird. I also don't. Maybe it's because like we didn't move around when I was a kid, so I didn't go to multiple houses or anything like that. I had one house that I grew up in as a kid, and like I still have access to said house if I want to go there. So maybe it's that I don't have the curiosity, but like once you've left the house, like when my grandma is no longer in her house and it returns to being a council house that somebody else lives in, I'm never ever going to have the urge to knock on the door and be like, "Can I see her old bedroom?" Like,
I would like to, like, I would like to look at my childhood home, but I also wouldn't go and ask somebody to let me into their house. Like, if somebody invited me in or something, then yeah, I wouldn't knock on and be like, "Hi, can I come inside?"
I think my
That's
logic
weird.
as well is that once you've moved out and like somebody else has moved in and they've maybe like changed features and ripped things out and stuff like that, it's just never going to look the same again. So, yeah.
I think something that would be cool is the fact that like it would look so much smaller than it did when you were a kid. Also, my house, like a bigger version of the house that I grew up in, which is really weird. So, do you know the door to my bedroom?
Yeah.
The door to my bedroom was at the top of the stairs. And
Oh,
the bedroom and the bathroom was swapped. The layout would be exactly the same as the house that I grew up
wow.
in, but the house I grew up in was small. Because it was
That's
a Victorian. I
weird.
lived in a terrace house, and this is a Victorian terrace, so the layouts are the same. Even the like, because you know sometimes you go like all the doors are on the left. Like the house that I grew up in was the same, where the doors and the stairs were on the right. So it's all the same.
I don't know. It's like I think because the premise to begin with already boggled me. I was kind of like shooketh that on the very first page these people just turned up. Yeah, Sarah lives in a sea of nostalgia, which I love about her, but I just know. Still, so I just get exactly my case. Nobody thought it was normal. It's a weird premise anyway, but I was willing, I mean, it's horror. I was willing to buy the weird premise. I was willing to be like, okay, some weird people did this and it was awkward and whatever. But I can't get, why can she not make a decision and she has to ask her girlfriend for everything? She's a whole grown person who, by all accounts, doesn't have any kind of like mental health issues or anything like that. So like, what's happening here? I don't know. I'm very annoyed. It's very penisy, you know, like very like intensely male gazy, and I'm just like.
I'm glad you followed that up with male gaze, because I was going to say we're on my channel, so the people like penisy. Like this.
Oh yeah, no, not the good fun kind of like not yucking anybody's yum. Penis is fine, but yeah, not in this context. That would be an interesting soundbite for somebody to take later on. Like, nah, penis is fine, just not in that context. Oh dear. I also have to straighten my hair because I feel like this is just getting bigger with the humidity, like as like the moments pass. Oh,
you are looking. Is your hair curly at all naturally, or is it the blonde? Is your hair curly at all naturally?
Yeah, it's naturally got a wave, but the blonde has obviously like has made it worse.
Yeah, my hair at the minute, because my keratin treatment didn't take as well as it did. Like it didn't take for anyone. There was something wrong with the bottle. She don't know what the deal was, but because of that, I've still got like I extended my next treatment by a month, so I still at this point have 2.5 months, I think, or 1.5 months until my keratin treatment, and the last one wasn't so great. So my hair is trying to curl, but the blonde just like frazzles, and the rest is like trying. It's really funny.
Yeah, I must admit, like again, like we made it extra blonde. Well, no, I didn't mean to go this blonde. This was her error, as we've discussed. But I wanted to go blonde because you can't see as much like the thinning stuff on top. Like it's the lighter your hair is, the less you notice. But the reverse side of that is the more you bleach your hair, the more falls out. So it's like I don't know what to do at this point.
The difference between the thickness of mine on one side compared to the other, like I've got a lot less hair here.
Seriously, and I'm fully like, I don't know, because like this is my natural color underneath, which is just kind of like a nondescript ashy brown, and I'm like, do I just dye it back to the ashy brown and just let this all, you know, the dead stuff just leave me, and then just be okay with seeing more scalp? Like, I don't know. It's a weird toss up. It's a situation I never thought I would find myself in, because like as I keep saying to like the hairdresser, it's one of those where it's like it's fine, like it's it's fine. There's nothing drastically happening if your hair's a bit thinner, but also it's awful at the same time. Do you know what I mean? You should put that on a bookmark for Patreon. Just say penis, it's fine.
I mean, the one that I'm about to send has boobs on it, so.
Hey.
Moved from north to south in America. Oh. Yeah, I drive past mine very occasionally, and I'm like,
Yeah, my mum's turned my childhood bedroom into her junk room, so like just all our crap lives in there. She's moved the hoard from all of the general house into the one room. So I have no like nostalgia for that room at all now.
Yeah, no, my dad's it's just a spare room now. That's my room with my dad.
And it doesn't like, I've gone in there multiple times because like when she had her cat, that was where the litter box was as well. And like going in doesn't like, I don't walk in and go, like my bed used to be there and also there and also there. I'm just like, it's a room that I spent a lot of time in at one point.
I think it's better when they do that though, because like I have nostalgia for my childhood bedroom, but because I see my bedroom at my dad's all the time and he's just like dismantled it, I don't feel anything. I'm like, because now I've adjusted to it just being a room.
Yeah, it would be weird if they had preserved it. I mean, I think realistically you would need to live in America in order to have like enough bedrooms to be like, we'll just sacrifice this one and keep it as your childhood bedroom for you. Our houses are not big enough to sacrifice a bedroom to nostalgia.
I mean, it depends, because like if it was my mum, it would still be my bedroom.
Aww. That's cute. Nah, the minute I moved out, my mum was like, Cheerio, Cheerio, Cheerio.
Yeah, no, my dad was. Beautiful. Feel so loved.
I was going to say, we're so cherished.
He sent me to B&M yesterday to get 5 dog balls that I had to carry to the counter. The woman gave me a funny look when I put all these dog balls down because his Rottweiler is obsessed with fetch. But she keeps throwing the balls outside of the gate so that people will play fetch when they walk past and they keep going missing. So he had demanded like a restock on balls.
I love that so much. Just like random people walking by and being pelted. Have you seen that one? Is it Rome? Maybe. I think it's in Italy, where people are walking underneath the balcony and there's a dog dropping his ball down. And I'm like, that's the cutest thing. But also like, what if somebody doesn't give him his ball back? Or what if somebody doesn't see it drop? That would be tragic.
Oh, doesn't know why it's dropped and doesn't put it back.
Like, tragedy.
Right, let's roll for our next sprint. And it's 12, which means I can eat. Yay.
Woo. This is going to be my decider about whether I DNF this book sprint.
I'm going to text Curtis and say dinner, because it's toasty day, so he will be making them.
Nice. Why don't you make your own toasties? Just because he makes them better, or?
Yeah, I'm not very good at them.
Fair.
You know, like, just because he's better at making toasties, so why would I make them when I make everything else?
Yeah. Fair.
He also like makes burgers better than me, so why would I make them? Because I make everything else. It's an hour and it's a double.
Oh, nice. Will that work? Oh, well.
It actually worked well for me because I finished my postage labels and I got the bookmarks out ready to post, and I filled in the description box on my vlog because I was like, why the fuck am I going to do my bookmarks while I watch other people's YouTube videos when I have a video that's 1 hour and 20 minutes that I need to prove?
Yes.
So I'm going to watch myself for 1 hour and 20 minutes while I...
That's giving me a dilemma then, because technically I should be swapping the book anyway, so do I just call it now?
How is Dark Age going?
Go away, Becca. I'm in the last quarter of it, and I am unwilling to read it on sprints because I think I'm going to bawl my eyes out, and I don't want to. It's bad enough that my hair
is everyone still up in the air?
No.
Oh, are they on the ground? Have you got to the really bad bit yet?
No, I don't think so, because like I can anticipate the hammer about to fall on my head, so I am unwilling to listen to it on sprints because I don't want to be that person.
That's
And I'm gonna
fair.
cry
I love how
instead.
every time I'm trying to figure out where you are, I'm like, who's in the air? And who's not in the air?
Yeah, and like consistently when you've asked me, they have been, and now I'm like, now I understand what you mean. No, they are not.
Yeah.
Stop.
Because I don't remember where it happens in the book. I know that it's not like the very end, but obviously like it's quite a way in. So that's why I just keep asking, is everyone in the air?
I'm gonna be like, since I've been reading these books behind Becca, I keep just randomly texting her people's names, like like this name, and she's like, oh shit, where is she? Like, what are you talking about? So I feel like you'll know when I text you about that one.
It's true. True, it is toasty day nearly every time I sprint because we do have toasties nearly every day. So if the chicken is freshly roasted, then we have a chicken sandwich. At the minute we have leftover lasagna as well, which we're dipping into for lunch. But aside from that, it's toasty day.
Toasty day. I wish I have asked Harry for a proper toasty machine for Christmas after abusing yours for 10 days. So that's your fault. The amount of cheese that I'm about to consume is your fault.
Curtis has brought my postage levels.
Cute, but also, does that mean that he did them and you did them?
I filled them all in and then he just printed them because he's got a Pro Mill label printer.
Right, I see.
So I just do it on click and drop, and then I just tell him the code for like the numbers of what to print.
I was about to go yay, and then I was like, oh no, is it yay? Or is it duplicate work?
Right, okay. I'm gonna go have lunch and then do work.
Yeah, I'll decide what I'm doing about the book.
Enjoy. Oh. Well, it definitely worked that time.
Say that again? The timer definitely worked. Yes, it did. It's very rude. I'm very confused.
About what, the book?
No, about my knitting. The book is definitely in the bin. I listened to like 15 more minutes and I was like, oh, no.
Oh, dear.
We shall not get on. So sadly, the book is a DNF, which is really annoying because I should add that to Goodreads before I forget. No, I'm confused about knitting, but that feels like a perpetual state of being for me right now. How did you get on?
I had lunch and then I started proofing this some half an hour in. And I've done this many bookmarks.
Nice.
Which, to be fair, I only spent like 15 minutes doing bookmarks, so it's not like it's moving.
That was super productive.
Huh?
That was super productive, though.
True. My bookmarks this time, they've sent them. Every bookmark has a piece of paper in between. It's really fucking annoying. So sorry to my patrons because I am sending these pieces of papers to you. I'm not removing them from every bookmark.
Why have they done that?
I thought so. I got them and I was like, shit, like they're not double-sided.
Yeah.
But no, it's just
Maybe the foil was scratching. Maybe now that's what they do because sometimes, like when bookmarks rub, the foil rubs off. So maybe that's like a preventative.
I have had that before, but normally it's just like a couple because you get like when you order something in bulk, like you expect to lose like 5% or something.
Yeah.
Like minor damages.
Yeah.
But yeah, nothing. I've never had them scratched enough to warrant putting a piece of paper like in between everyone.
That is odd, but also you don't know how much other people complain. Because the place that I used to use just to get my printed bookmarks, pretty much every order, at least 40% of them would be seconds, and I would have to go back with pictures of all of the damage or the misprints and be like, quick. So if other people moan more than you, then maybe this is just a preventative.
Yeah, maybe also people use like they foil a bit heavier than I do because like it depends on the design how much foil it's got on. Like some of them don't have very much at all, and some of them have quite a lot.
Yeah,
so it depends. But no, I think the quality from these is pretty consistent.
That's good. I must say, like, I've ordered 2 bookmarks since I started back bookmarks with my patrons from my old supplier, and I don't know whether they were just losing so many, you know, like reprints and stuff like that they've changed their system now. So now they've got a full proper proofing system, because before you just had to send in like a PNG or a PDF at the right size and they would print it. And now they've got like an upload, crop it, make sure it's centered, all that kind of thing. And I was like what you should have had in the first place.
Yeah.
Everybody else has been very productive as well.
I know, lots of... Wait, what are you reading now?
I didn't. I ended up watching an Eleanor Neale video in the background, but I do need to choose another book.
Okay, and then I need to update my banner. God, you're so selfish.
I'm such a bitch. I just don't know what I want to read next. Because I'm reading... I've got half of my TBR is for the 40% diary, so I don't want to say what I'm reading for that, because you'll find out.
I thought it was the 60%. Did you change the percentage?
What did I say?
40.
Oh, it is 60.
That
it is 60.
An indication of how it's going.
No, that was that was just dyscalculia in action. Yeah, I don't know.
When are you doing that, actually? I was going to send you a message yesterday because Aaron sends me messages sometimes and is like, it's been too long since you've made this kind of video. And I was going to be that for you. Oh. I was going to be like, where is the second episode? Like,
where is the next one? I am filming it. I actually started filming it at yours because what I did normally, like, the plan is to pick 3 books and read them. And, you know, if I buy any more during that, that was dramatic. If I buy any more during the vlog, also read those. However, I bought so many books when I was down at yours that I was like, maybe I should just read all of these for the next part. So that's what I did. So I'm now 4 books down and I've got 3 more to go. It's going to be a bumper episode.
Damn.
I was like, I'm not going to break it. Like, my percentages are not going to get better, but at least I could break even and come out of the trip to yours with no damage.
Yeah.
That was my plan. That's my plan. Oh my god, the latest comment is, now I just want to sleep. And like, same. Same. Can we do that? This is my Friday. And I don't know whether I'm flary or I'm coming down with something, but you know when you get that like pre-illness feeling where you just want to do that and you just want to be left alone, I'm in that space. And
I do that all the time anyway. It's just my default state. It's like feeling pre-ill.
I was glad that like we were doing public sprints though, because I had to be a human. Because otherwise, like my patrons, when they get me later on sprints, are just going to see me be like, I'm literally going to be full floor troll.
It's fun. We'll see how sprints go for me today, because I don't know how long we're going on these ones, but I'm starting again at 3:30 on Patreon until 8:30. Thank you. God. So,
are you planning to go back to back, or do you want a gap? Because we could plan that.
I don't know. I was thinking, because I thought we were going to start at 3. I've just got the word from Ash that we're starting Patreon sprints at 3:30. So I'm like, maybe we could do like 2 more sprints and then I'll take a break in the middle, because I'm not going to do anything in the break in the middle apart from probably lie face down for an hour.
Yeah, I'm just going straight to Patreon sprints from here, because it's our usual like Wednesday ones. So my patrons will just get me until I end up face down on something, because I can feel that it's going to happen. I'm here
for like a solid set amount of 5 hours. I will be sprinting for Patreon.
Oh,
beautiful.
I'm getting emails and I'm like, I don't want to deal with you or you or you. You all look like work things. No, thank you.
I haven't read Fire and Blood yet, but I've heard it's textbooky. Like, it reads like a textbook. It's just a history of Targaryens.
I mean, I feel like quite a lot of George R.R. Martin's books lean, even like the main Game of Thrones ones in some sections lean into the history of whatever. And like, I feel like that's the part that he's really heavily taken from like Tolkien and stuff like that. Is like, I must exposition you now. It has been 40 pages since I last expositioned you, but I love it anyway.
That's fair.
Like,
can you hear her dreaming?
Yeah.
She's alternating between like whimpering and growling.
Aww. I've got one last little bit left of the bruise on my leg from her that she gave me before I left, because it was a good one.
I realised yesterday that it's been a month since we went on holiday pretty much already.
Shut up. A month with no cheese. But then how long is it until you're here? Because like you're coming to see me, so
like 2 weeks today.
You're technically on holiday.
When I planned all of these trips and I was like, yeah, sure, like I'll go on holiday in July, and then we'll nip to see Beth and Nathaniel for a couple of days in August, and then I'll go see Leanne for a couple of days in September. I didn't realize in reality that all of those trips were 2 weeks apart, and I'm like, why did I do this?
Seriously,
1 trip a month. I'm like, yeah, that's fine, especially because like coming to you, going to like Beth and Nathaniel, it was less than a week, but then back to back, it's like, oh.
Yeah. Do you just want to lie down on my couch face down? Because that's also, sorry, really dramatic over here. Sleep face down on my couch. That's also a possibility.
I'll just be face down everywhere I go. Sometimes if I'm having a rough day or a sleepy day, Curtis comes downstairs and I am just on the floor face down, and he's like, oh no, you're the wrong way up again.
Oh, that's really cute. Oh no, you're the wrong way up again.
That's rough. I am excited for you in approximately 3 months' time to be able to lie face. You need to schedule a period of time just lying face down.
Yeah, just one where you can literally like roll yourself into a burrito in the covers as many times as you like. Wow, that's really aggressive, man.
Sorry, yeah.
You should be. Everything's your fault.
100 years before the House of the Dragon show are so boring. They're way too peaceful. Damn.
I've got to admit, there's like I feel like I just want to be right now in a perpetual rewatch of Game of Thrones, Walking Dead, just like cycling, just all the mayhem and all the death all the time.
That is fair. That is very fair.
And all the pretty boys.
Also, I just want more Game of Thrones all of the time.
Yeah. But I actually just want more Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Yeah.
I just read Game of Thrones fanfic. That was awful.
Featuring
I didn't know that's what it was when I went into it.
Oh.
It wasn't like Game of Thrones fanfic. It was like Game of Thrones actor fanfic.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's deeply upsetting. That's deeply upsetting.
And I didn't dislike it because of that, but I did dislike it.
Which actors was it? Were it spoofing? Was it spoofing? Wow, I'm fine.
I think it's Nikolai Coster-Waldau. It's essentially a romance series that is following the cast of a fantasy epic show, but specifically when they're approaching the air of the last season and they're all pissed off about how the last season went, but they can't say anything about it.
Wow.
But then the characters are writing fanfic because they don't like so it's very meta because it's like fanfic about actors in Game of Thrones writing fanfic about Game of Thrones.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Okay. No. So many no's in one go. However, I do feel like I can't spoil the end of Game of Thrones for people, can I? Is that okay now or no?
I don't know. I thought that it was fanfic when I first got into it because the showrunners on the show called Ron and RJ, which I mean the ones on Game of Thrones are called Dan and Dave, aren't they? And I was like interested. And then I read this paragraph is what sealed it for me. So the main female character, this isn't really spoilers for they're discussing the topics of the show, but it's not spoilers for like the actual book or Game of Thrones. But the female main character and her friend are talking about the show and some of the themes currently in the show ahead of the next season airing. But the main character, being close to the actor, knows what happens in like some elements of the last season. So then it says, essentially, the main character in this book plays Cupid in the show. So his partner is Psyche, but then his mum is Venus and his granddad is Jupiter. And essentially the thing that everyone's mad about in season 8 of the show is that he goes back to his family instead of standing with Psyche. And the paragraph says, it would send a definite message that survivors of abuse can't ever truly escape their abusers or form new healthy relationships. Plus, it would just be fucking terrible storytelling. I mean, what would be the point of all those years of character development then? What would be the point of his relationship with Psyche? And I was like, oh.
I mean, no lies were told here this day. Really.
But then also I was confused because like looking at the people on the covers, I would say that book 3 is low-key Kit Harington, but then book 1 also looks like Nikolai Coster-Waldau, and then this one's book 2, which also seems to be him. There's not 3 like heartthrobs that were left at that point. There's only 2.
No. Yeah.
So confused.
Oh. Who? Oh.
I can show you that because it looks like
I'm trying
like
to think.
Season 1 Nikolai Coster-Waldau on the first book, and then like late season Nikolai Coster-Waldau on the second book.
I'm so confused.
I'll show you the US covers because they're a bit more like graphic than so that's book 1.
Yeah, okay, I know which books yeah.
And then
I've never because I'm not a romance girly, like I've never looked into that author's books particularly. Oh,
That's book 2.
that's definitely the same person. What the hell?
And then book 3 looks like Kit Harington.
Everything is improved by Kit Harington. Oh yeah, it really does. Oh, that cover's not improved by it though. That cover's not. That's not the one.
But yeah, this book was just not a good time. Like,
Wow.
I think a lot of people really like the first book. I don't know how people feel about the third book, but I know that the second one is one that people don't love as much.
Do you know what's really interesting about Game of Thrones now, though, is I have since watched both Kit Harington and Maisie Williams have done long-form podcasts on YouTube. And both of them were horrendously in the grip of substance abuse and stuff by the end of the show.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and Maisie Williams. So I did not realize this either, but Maisie Williams came from like a thoroughly impoverished, does not know where food is coming from next, goes to school without having been washed because she has no ability to do it at home background, and got plucked from that and put straight into the show. And with everything that comes with it. So she had zero way to like transition between the two. And she's got like a really abusive and complicated home life that she talks about. So like that was insane from going from that, obviously, like straight into a Game of Thrones and like the press tours and the everything that you get with it. And then Kit Harington was like, he'd always had really bad anxiety, and he talks about this one time in uni where his girlfriend had a party and it got so much that he literally went and hid under her bed, and she had to come and get him out from under her bed because he was so anxious he couldn't move. And I was like, oh, baby. Yeah, seriously, like, but he was saying that the only time. Say that again.
Maisie Williams scares me because she's in like the high fashion scene where like she dyed her eyebrows, she bleached her eyebrows blonde, and I was like, is this a crime?
And also, like, every time I see her, she's either in that like extremely high fashion, like she's wearing something that looks really futuristic thing, or she's wearing so much hardware in her ears and face and whatever else that I'm like, you're so tiny, how is that not weighing you completely down? Like, how do you not just fall over? Yeah, but apparently, like, by the end of it, Kit Harington, like, the only way he could function outside of Game of Thrones was with alcohol, because it was the only thing that made him feel not anxious, like, just even. And I was like, that's so sad. And he was like, unfortunately, the bad thing about his anxiety is that he's constantly looking for approval and being told that he's doing it right and that he's okay and that everything's all right. And that's what you get from acting. And then the show ended and he wasn't getting constant approval every day and told that he was doing well and stuff. He just had to be a person. He didn't know how to do it anymore. And I was like, but you should, like, you should watch it.
At least when the show ended badly, nobody blamed them.
Oh yeah, 100%. And he does talk about that as well briefly in that, where he was just kind of like, like.
I wonder when does their NDA ever end?
Oh, I don't know.
Because none of them have really said anything. Like the more that we had was, do you remember Emilia Clarke's, like, when they asked her how she felt about season 8, and she was like, yeah, it's really good. But like, does their NDA ever end?
I don't know. However, I have just noticed this cowlick, which is just like, I really need to straighten this because, like, what's happening? What's that? What is that?
Kit Harington is Jon Snow.
Yes.
And actually, they've scrapped his spin-off, haven't they?
Mm-hmm.
Which is
real sad.
Have you noticed how if there's no reference material, they just can't fucking do it?
Yeah.
Just, why is it so hard? Like, remember the one where they filmed an entire pilot and it was so bad they couldn't edit it together into something cohesive? Like, how can it be so bad?
I don't know. I don't understand why they can't get writers who have written fantasy in the past as well, because like you don't need George R. R. Martin to do it. Do you know what I mean? You just need good writers.
he does write scripts. Like, he writes scripts for other shows and consults on fantasy stuff on other shows. Like, why is it so? Maybe it's just like he's totally tapped out of Game of Thrones. He's like, can't do it anymore, guys. Sorry, peace. Like, I'll go write something for Stephen King up here.
Yeah, like, I'm over it. Like, your boy's done. That's really depressing.
It is good though, because that Jon Snow one, I was like, there is no story here. Like, you could make a story, but there's also no story there. It's like an epilogue. And I love how like the show has kind of just ended and been like, yeah, no, like there's nothing here.
I think though, realistically, that everybody would like absolutely fall over themselves, like literally fall over themselves for a show set just 10 years in the future. Just give us the characters that were left 10 years in the future. Some people will be married, there will be children, there'll be new alliances, like, you know, the empire is in ash in some places, but other places will be prospering. Like, just give us 10 years in the future. I will watch that shit. Like, I will give you my money. Just, that's all I'm asking for.
I think the danger in doing sequels is that you kind of can turn into just beating a dead horse. Like, it can ruin Game of Thrones by continuing and continuing and continuing when it doesn't have to.
This is also true. Like, that is very true. And I guess that's like when Our Flag Means Death got cancelled and everybody was gutted about it. I was like, but they've kind of made a perfect end. So, like, I'm sad it's done, but also I'm fine with it leaving. Okay, I will. I'll just hold it right here. Yeah, but like, I was fine with that ending. But I would still, there are some shows that I'm a simp for. My favourites. George R. Martin complaining that Glasgow Worldcon didn't include him on any panels. When he didn't fill out the form, they told him he needed to fill George R. R. Martin feels like, to me, that he just kind of like floats through the world going where people tell him to go and occasionally writes something. Like,
this is funny, but also doesn't he have people to do that for him, and why didn't they do it?
Yeah.
Why didn't he do it?
But he doesn't, he seems very Terry Pratchett-y to me in that he doesn't want people. Like, George R. R. Martin both feels like, again, exactly like Terry Pratchett, like he wants to be perceived by everybody all the time and liked, but he also does not want to be perceived at all, and he wants everybody to leave him alone and forget he exists. Which, unfortunately, no.
That is sadly me. I want to be perceived and liked, but I also want to be not perceived and left alone. Like, I will come out and I will do a little live show for y'all, and then don't talk to me afterwards until I come out again. I'm like, hi.
Disappear into the ether, like, no thank you, not for us.
While I roll, do you want to give Lexi an update?
Oh, Lexi, I'm so sorry. I DNF'd it hard. Like, I DNF'd it hard.
The new book yet, so I can't change the banner, unfortunately.
No, I haven't. And do you know what? I might not. I might just keep watching bad true crime videos on YouTube because my brain is pickled. And I'm also really salty because I don't want to pick another book. I want to have read that one all day and finished it. I'm very annoyed. Yeah, it's not. It's very male gazy and nonsensical, and there's no build up, so I don't care about any of the characters. We're just into the weird situation. So yeah, it's a no from me. Oh, okay.
We will probably do 2 more sprints.
Okay. I'm fine with this.
This is I don't know why. I don't know much about Worldcon, but if that was me, I would cry. Like, if I'd got to the point as an author where I was so famous I didn't have to pitch myself, I would be upset. They made me do it. I'd be like, why? Why?
Don't you know who I am?
I feel like when you get to a point that you can say that, like, people should just, you know, like, just, if I've got a team to take care of it, then just don't contact me. I'll just turn up where I need to be when I need to be.
Just send me an address.
Ooh, you're the first person that Lexi's heard bad things about it.
I'm just going to say it. This is going to sound assholey, but I'm going to say it anyway. I feel like this is a book for people who want to like horror, but don't actually like horror.
Fair.
I feel like this is because it's so far it's more mystery-ish than it is horror-y. Like, at the point where I've tapped out, I'm sure other horrible things happen in it. But the amount of I looked it up on Goodreads afterwards, and I've got a full split between people being like meh and oh, this was really good, and everybody who's really liked it is people who read like mysteries, contemporary romance, that kind of stuff, not people who read fantasy and sci-fi and horror. So I feel like it's one of those.
It's funny because it sounds good to me because the only horror that I know that I like is like slashers or like murder houses and that kind of vibe, not like mushrooms and goat people.
Yeah, I mean, mushrooms and goat people also not for me, but like I'm like a haunted house, paranormal, is it real, is it not person?
No, absolutely not. No.
No, that's what I want. I want things to move on their own and then have questions about it, like that kind of thing. But like this one, one of the people who's left a review for it has said, this is a major spoiler and yet not a major spoiler. I determined it not to be because I've only just DNF'd it and it wasn't a spoiler for me. But it's just like, why? The overall question is why? What do they want? Just why? And I'm like, yeah, that's exactly the vibe that I'm getting at the start of this book. And if you finish this book and still have that question, then I'm out. I'm good.
Look, if you're here for the mushrooms and the goat people, I am happy for you. I am not here for the mushrooms. It's funny because you read horror to be scared and for it to give you the ick, but like mushrooms specifically, no. Did you see, I might have to send it to you. I don't know if you want to see this or not, but I sent it to Curtis. It was a spider with cordyceps. And like an adventuring outdoor guy had found it. That's actually a thing. Like cordyceps exists. Did you not know that cordyceps exists?
Oh no, I did, but I've never seen like an insect that has it.
Yeah, so like it activates your nervous system and forces you to do something. So in this case, it had taken over a tarantula, forced it to go somewhere to die so that it could release its spores. And the only reason why cordyceps can't control, well, actually, I think it's something to do with vertebrae, but I don't know specifically, but it's mainly body temperature. We're too hot to be controlled by cordyceps, but global warming is a thing and mushrooms are being forced to evolve.
Yeah.
And this is why, like, mushrooms are just, I just can't. They just give me the ick, and like looking at mushrooms sometimes makes me feel a bit sick. So not like mushrooms, you know, like outside mushrooms.
Yeah, like you're going to be fine in my house with all my toadstool decorations, right?
Yeah, no, that's fine. And if it's like a pack of mushrooms, that's fine. But it's more like, you know, the ones that like grow in ridges, like up a tree, because essentially they're like mold, they're like growth. And I looked at, because I was showing Curtis, you know, that picture I sent you where it looks like something laid eggs on Hamilton, but it was actually just seeds. And I was trying to explain to him, like, because of how it was lying in his fur, it looked like eggs. And then I looked at it again and I was like, I'm going to be sick. Like, it's disgusting. It's just seeds. Like, it's just for the context of the chat. It's just where he's been outside and, like, brushed against, like, a sticky weed. And, like, the seeds have gathered on his fur. And just the way it's lying looks like insect eggs. And I can't.
When you sent that to me, I immediately went into, okay, she's freaking out mode. Because that's usually when you send me, like, random animal pictures with like body parts, you're like, please, what is this? So I immediately was like, oh my god, it's fine.
I was freaking. Do you know, like the thing with the little circles? There's people who don't like little circles.
Yes,
it's like called tryptophobia. I don't like little circles. So it was that thing. Like I knew it was seeds, but looking at it was just like making me feel a bit sick. And I was like, I don't like it.
Trumpets and things make me feel like that. Like looking at
trumpets. Specifically when they're like very round in uniform. So like I don't know how to describe it. Like really close-ups of with the photos that you see when you Google it is the kind of thing like I can handle like trumpets and stuff. But if they're too circular and too uniform, give me the ick. Don't like it. Or like too small and like together.
Interesting.
There's nothing really that freaks me out, but like
oh no, I have a bunch of weird ick phobia things that are no.
Mm-mm. Do you know like the pimple popping videos or like where they pull like dirt out your pores? They creep me out because of the holes, not because of the dirt.
Oh
yeah, because of the holes.
Pimple popping. Yeah. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah. Oh, I would not have thought given like how many animals and stuff as well that you grew up with, that you would be grewed out by stuff like that. That's really interesting. Yeah, no,
Yeah, I
my
don't know what it is specifically.
my irrational phobia, and I'm not gonna talk about it much because it literally does make me feel is money, is in cash money, is in coins.
Oh yeah.
No. And
Yeah, I'm gonna take a picture because I've just Googled it specifically to find you like the kind of thing that really bothers me. I'm obviously not going to subject the chat to it.
yeah, I was gonna say, just send that to me. Like, Ashley's in the chat and just said like that little circles together thing, and my stomach just clenched. It freaks me out to talk about it.
It's mainly holes because like a lot of the thing is like holes in skin, and I just like it makes me feel like really warm and uncomfortable.
I mean, that plays right into your medical phobias as well. So like,
yeah.
You did. You came in and you destroyed everything.
Yeah, we were ready to sprint, and now we're talking about mushrooms and little holes. Just I'm spiraling.
Again, if you take some of these sound bites out of context, now we're talking about mushrooms and little holes. I'm just like, what? How are we? I'm afraid of balloons and clowns. So I read and watched it, and it was horrible for me.
Sometimes because I have intrusive thoughts as well, so sometimes I look at the thing that makes me feel sick just because the voice in my head told me to do it.
Yep.
Because now that I've been thinking about the little circles, I'll think, oh, maybe I should go look at some little circles, and it's like, for why though?
I want to Google you the specific image that makes me want to throw up, and I'm going to send it to you, and it'll be on my phone forever.
I have deleted it, and I've changed the page where I Googled it, so I just need to not open our conversation and forget that it's there.
Yeah, I'll send you lots of pictures of the cats or something in the meantime. So like push it further up.
Right. On that note, I should probably sprint. So I'll see you in 30 minutes. Hello.
Hello. I am mad.
You're mad?
I'm mad. This is the third time I've gone from doing the heel on this to picking up stitches along the side. And every single time I have done it with the wrong combination of needles and the wrong way. And I've watched this tutorial so many times that I now know when this poor girl is going to gulp and breathe. And I still, I'm like, damn, what am I doing wrong? But I'll get it. I've got here on my own with no assistance. I'll get it. It's just really annoying.
I believe in you.
I don't like to be subpar at things, you see.
That's fair.
It's success or nothing.
I
needs to stop eating.
Who needs to stop eating?
Everybody needs to stop eating because I'm so tempted to go downstairs. There's a Mars bar in the fridge, you see. And I shouldn't. There's no need to consume said Mars bar at this particular juncture. Like, I am not hungry, but the Mars bar is in the fridge and I am mad at my knitting and I'm like, there's a Mars bar in the fridge.
I am the worst with stuff like that. Like if I'm coming back from London and my train is at like 12:30, so I'll buy food in King's Cross to eat on the train, but I have to eat it as soon as I get on the train because I can't just wait until I want it. Like I have to eat the food then.
Yeah.
Right that minute as soon as I get on the train.
Because it is in your hands. I also do that thing where I'm like, well, what if I go eat it later and there's not a convenient time? Or what if I leave it too late? Like, I get anxiety about stuff like that. It's really dumb. Why are we like this?
For me, it's more like it nags at me. Like, if I was like, oh, I'm not hungry now, so I'll eat it like in half an hour, then every second, I would feel every second of that half an hour.
We cannot be trusted with food in our possession, else it shall be consumed.
Yeah.
That is what
That's why, like, I just don't, a lot of the time, I just don't have food in. Like, my fridge doesn't have things that you can snack on. Because if it did, like, you left that bit of a block of cheese and I just, like, day by day just cut chunks off it and ate it. So like, that's why we only have grated cheese, because I'm less likely. Well, actually, no, I do dip in the bag a little bit, but I'm actually more likely to, like, nibble on a block of cheese than I am to, like, go in a grated cheese bag.
I fully love that, like, I caused you to go into, like, full, like, mouse in mouse hole cheese mode.
It's not hard to do.
It was not my intention, but I'm kind of pleased with myself, not gonna lie.
Fair.
I also don't. Do you know what makes it worse though? My feet fell off the box under my desk. I must have like crossed my ankles right on the edge, and I was like, what makes it worse is we don't know what we're having for dinner because we've run out of things, and so one of us will have to leave at some point to procure dinner. And that makes it worse because my brain just goes, oh, well, you know, we don't know what we're having for dinner, so it could be literally anything. Like, we could leave the house for dinner even. That would be great. Wouldn't that be great? But it is blowing an absolute hooey outside. Like, it is a gale outside, torrential rain. So that's probably not a good idea.
Yeah, no, I just wouldn't. I just on principle of the rain.
It would just make my frizzy hair worse. It's just slowly become more like.
And I don't think you need that right now.
No, I don't need to eat dinner outside of the house and spend money on that either. When you're going to be here and we're going to be eating dinner and various other like exciting things out of the house, but that's my brain for you.
That's what's keeping me in line because I've been on a trip every 2 weeks. I'm like, well, surely you can just not eat shit for 2 weeks and then eat as much shit as you want for like 4 days.
Yeah, and there are so many places, including a dessert bar with giant crepes.
Oh, I want to go to Mimi's. But I can also go to Mimi's before I get my train on the way back and get a takeout box of cupcakes, which is what I sometimes do.
Wait, you want to go to where?
Mimi's.
All right. Both times I talked over you and I was like, I still didn't get it.
Damn. Yeah, no. But if we don't have time to go, it's fine because they've got that little one, haven't they, near the train station, which the last time I went to Edinburgh, I went there before my train and just got myself a takeout box of cupcakes.
We can make time. It's fine. We have got infinite amounts of hours. We will be fine.
I'm surprised you didn't go to get some of the Taylor Swift cakes that they did.
Oh, it's because I don't like people, and that would involve queuing and things.
That's fair.
And no. This is also the reason why I've never like queued for records on record day, because I'm just like, no, that seems like too much human interaction for me.
To be fair, yeah, we do go down at like 7 in the morning, if not before. I think we went at 6 last time.
Yeah, no.
Well, you have insomnia, so maybe you can just stay up.
This is true. I could just ruin my entire sleep routine, everything. Julie,
Well,
I am
you're awake, so you might as well.
I am attempting to knit a sock. I am currently at the picking up these stitches bits, and I cannot work out what combination of needles and where she wants me to put them because there are 5 of them. It's confusing.
Are you maybe regretting doing hard mode now?
No, I am not. Because, like, this is the thing, right? I think about knitting and crochet and any other crafts kind of the way that I think about driving a manual versus an automatic car. Because I could learn to do it on the magic loop method, like, to start with. But then I will never go back and learn any of the other methods. And what if I want to use double-pointed needles for something else in some point in the future and I don't know how to use them? So I'm learning the hard way, and then I can do the easy way later if I want, but the hard way must be achieved first.
I mean, you do you, I guess.
It's who I am as a person. Yeah. Also, I don't have the right size circulars anyway, and I don't want to buy more needles.
That's very fair.
It's gonna work, okay? I'm gonna, like, there's gonna be an update later today where I'm gonna be like, I have found the right combination of stitches and I have fixed it.
I believe in you.
Thanks. You're the only one currently, but that's cool.
Oh, I'm watching my vlog back where I'm talking about that book that I was just talking about as well, and it's just reminding me of all the things that I hated about it.
Is that the first time you've tried that author?
Yeah, and I shall not be reading from her again. She just describes things in really odd ways that, like, it just makes me feel like she's being rude, and I don't think she is. Like, not rude, but it's just unappealing, and I don't know. I just don't. Like, she describes the main character as being very round. Now, this is a plus-size author who exclusively writes plus-size romances. Yeah. So it's not like some, like, skinny man talking about women or anything.
Yeah.
But she, like, describes the main character as being really round with really skinny arms and legs like a bird. But, like, she uses the word round as well. And, like, the love interest is always like, oh, she's so round. Like, she's just like a bowling ball of legs. Like,
do you know, I feel like, though, this is part of, like, as a bigger bitch myself, this is part of the body positive thing that I'm like, I am all for reclaiming language. Like, I no longer think that saying somebody is fat or saying that I am fat is a bad thing. So, like, I'm all for reclaiming language just in the exact same way as we reclaimed the phrase queer. So I'm all for that. But if you are also writing like a romance with a plus size character, isn't part of being in the body positive movement in the first place to show that being fat can be appealing and that it doesn't have to be, it's almost like when white authors started writing like Black main characters for stuff and everybody suddenly had coffee colored or mocha colored skin, and it's just like, stop it. There are other ways, there are other better ways to describe these things. And yeah, there are a couple of authors who've done that, and I'm just like, is not required.
The thing that really bothers me about this book is that, like, because I know some people want unattractive main characters in romance novels, like conventionally unattractive. And that's fine. I personally don't care if every character in every book was beautiful. Doesn't matter to me. But in a romance, I think that the two people in the romance should find each other attractive, regardless of whether they're conventionally attractive or not. But like, I literally tabbed two things at the beginning of this book. So on page 1, the way he describes her is as she's got sharp features, including a beaky, crooked nose, bright eyes, a very round body with comparatively skinny limbs, short as hell. His new nanny looked like a bird. So that's the first description we get of her. And then on page 6, he says, at this distance, her eyes were even more arresting. A clear, soft green with the slightest hint of blue. They were her only feature an honest observer could call pretty. And this whole book is essentially him being like, you're ugly as fuck, but I don't mind.
Wow.
There is a bit, because like he compares her to a bird constantly. And she's self-conscious because her nose is crooked, and she thinks, so he makes a comment about a bird, and she gets like kind of quiet and upset about it because she's got a crooked nose, and she thinks that he's making a comment about her nose. And his response is essentially like, no, like you look like a bird. Well, that's all right, I like birds.
Oh, I hate it here.
Yeah.
Okay, but hold on. Let's just take a moment and be like, let me just think of somebody that everybody will have a reference for. Okay, Alan Rickman, not conventionally attractive in any way, right? Not absolutely nothing like, apart from in like maybe the early 80s, nothing like any of the other conventionally touted people. But if you asked, if you surveyed a bunch of people who watched him in Sense and Sensibility, be like, give me an occupation, Miss Dashwood, or I shall run mad. I guarantee you that there's an entire like generation of us who are just like, yes, give it to me. You can describe Alan Rickman without describing him as having like an oversized crooked nose or irregular teeth or sallow skin, or, you know, like you could describe him that way, but you could also describe him in many other ways and still get across what he looks like. I think there's a difference between being conventionally unattractive and allowing like not every romance lead to be beautiful, and being like, because again it comes down to that whole thing where it's like, I'm not gonna yuck somebody else's yum. Maybe Alan Rickman is exactly the image of everything that you've ever wanted. Do you know what I mean? So it's fine that he says she's not conventionally attractive, but to me she is. It's okay to say that, but it's not okay to be like, oh yeah, her eyes is literally the only thing that anybody would look at and be like, oh yeah, that's all right. The rest is a bit shit though.
But then some of the description in general just really takes me out of it. Like there's a line that's something like, he padded out of the bathroom on long feet, and I'm like, long? Why is that the word that we put there?
Can I just, you know, the whole like let out a breath that he didn't know he'd been holding thing? Padded is another one of those words for me that I'm just like, stop it. You can describe somebody walking with bare feet in other way than he padded about or she padded about. Like, stop it. I hate it. Like, I immediately think of dog paws, and I'm like, okay, now we're dealing with furries. Like, now we've gone somewhere else. Now we're in paranormal romance again.
It's a choice.
There's no need, man. There's just no need.
There's also, like, she kept calling, which this is the official name for it, you know, like the front of your pants, she kept calling it a placket, which is what it's called. But, like, why are we using that very specific word to just I'm assuming that's what it's called.
I have no idea.
it was used more than
heard that term before.
What is? Oh, my internet chose no to froze. There we go.
That's upsetting.
The finished opening in the upper part of trousers or skirts, or at the neck, front, or sleeve of a garment.
Okay, so like the hole that you insert yourself through is what I'm getting here.
I'm guessing so. Oh, it's a strip or two strips of fabric sewn onto an article of clothing to reinforce zippers.
What?
So she kept using that. And I'm like, what an oddly specific word to use.
I'm so confused.
I feel like the whole writing, like just the writing style of the book was just the least sexy thing.
I just like, and again, like to somebody else, they might absolutely love it. But what I'm getting from this is that the author has taken this mission to make everybody conventionally unattractive and gone, hold my beer. Like that's what I'm getting from this. Also, I am confused.
I thought that she was a very popular author, so I imagine that this is her like bad work from her. But I don't know what else.
That's what I was about to say though, because like I am confused because so many people love this particular series from this author, and I'm just like, okay, but why?
He also compares her to a statue called Venus of Willendorf, which isn't incredibly attractive. And a Picasso painting, which we all know he loved his abstract work.
Wow.
Yeah. It's kind of like his approach to her kind of felt like she was this novelty item and he was interested in her because she looked different. Which made me feel weird.
I don't like it. I don't know. This is honestly, there's so many reasons. Like so many reasons why I don't like romance, and I'm suddenly like, here's all of them. Minus why do all men in contemporary romances smell of sandalwood? Because literally, genuinely, literally, that is the only smell that women know from men's aftershaves. That's why. Like it's with top notes of sandalwood.
Amber's so much better.
But also then you get like leather and tobacco, and I'm like, who wants to smell like either of those things? Horse sweat and cigarettes.
I hear you, but you need to go to the Tom Ford counter and smell Tuscan leather. That does smell like leather and tobacco, and it is kind of sexy. You're telling me that Jeffrey Dean Morgan doesn't smell like tobacco and leather? And you can't tell me that you don't know that he smells like that looking at him.
I'm sure that he does. Like, I am very sure that he does. But also, while Jeffrey Dean Morgan is an excessively attractive man, he's also one of those excessively attractive men that I would only, like, have in theory. Like, the idea of him's great, but the reality of him's probably not that much fun.
I don't know. I think I'd take it. I think I'd just deal with it.
I put it this way, I will visit, but I will not take up residence. Because I think there would actually be more objectionable things. It's like, he has the same thing for me as Big does in Sex and the City, where I'm just like, you are an asshole. But there's a little part, yeah, I know. I mean, like, we've moved on much from Big, but remember that Sex and the City circa when it was actually, like, airing and stuff, Big was the thing. But, like, your entire brain is like, you're a huge asshole and massively toxic. But I still would.
I don't know Jeffrey Dean Morgan as a person, but the impression that I get from him is that he is the hero of all of the toxic, problematic romances that I just love to read. So I think that, yeah, he is a massive asshole, potentially, but I don't think that he is to his wife and kids.
But also you're like, do you know what? I'll risk it.
Yeah, I believe
it's the same way. Jeffrey Dean Morgan and Ryan Reynolds both have that thing where I'm like, do you know what? As like a father and a husband, you're probably amazing. But as anybody else in your life, I would want to kill you.
Really, Ryan Reynolds? I think Ryan Reynolds looks like a sweetie pie.
Yeah. As somebody with ADHD and rampant anxiety, I don't think I need another version of me.
Yeah, he is very like he's too energetic for me. I
But
feel.
also, he's very fast and very cutting, and I think uses it as a defense mechanism a lot of the time. So I think he could be actually quite like a nippy sweetie if he was anxious.
But he's so pretty. Yeah, no, Ryan Reynolds isn't my type. I would visit, but I wouldn't take up residence. But Jeffrey Dean Morgan. Yeah.
Yeah, no. I mean, it's like if you did one of those quizzes where you had you and a raft of celebrities and you picked the perfect boyfriend for you, I don't think there is any more perfect an image than Jeffrey Dean Morgan for your style, though.
I've been talking about this recently, how I have like two wolves inside of me, and one would pair me with Jeffrey Dean Morgan and one would put me with like Andrew Garfield. Like,
damn. Okay.
Like it's like even my aesthetic, like I flip flop between like dark scary goth and like cutesy Winnie the Pooh jumpers. And like they're two very opposite. It stresses me out because they're two very opposites. There's no cohesion in my life because I'm always being pulled in like two directions, and both of them are equally me. But like I just because one day like I'll be like, oh, I want all of my wardrobe to be black, and I'll buy loads of new stuff, and then I'm like, no, now I just want multicolored jumpers, and it's like so stressful.
I understand, but as somebody who has three very separate aesthetics, I have learned to just allow them all to live in tandem.
That's what I do, but it's just like it's more that my mood will be like one at once, and then I'll like lean into that, and then it will switch to the other one, and I'm like, well, now I've got nothing to wear because I got all of this new stuff that's like a different color, and now I'm in my cutesy mood, and I was in my goth mood like 10 minutes ago.
I understand. One part of me is constantly auditioning for a presenter on Playdays circa the early 90s. And every loud color and every horrible clashing pattern. Like sometimes I will walk into a shop and be like, that is hideous, I am buying it. Then there's the Bog Witch version of me. And then there is the version of me who dresses exclusively in black and grey and nothing else.
Yeah.
So like I only have those three modes. I wish in there was a mode that was like dedicated to looking like a 70s girl, because I think that would be an aesthetic that I would enjoy, but it's one of those ones where I'm like, I don't have the time or the energy to achieve that. So I will look at it.
Wish that I had an outside job, because I feel like I'm a scary goth outside and I'm cutesy inside, but my job is inside, so I just struggle all of the time.
But also, you don't wish that you had an outside job in any way.
That's true. Although I do in some ways, I guess. Like, I'd like to go out sometimes.
I'd like to leave sometimes. I'd like to leave.
Because sometimes I go outside, I'm like, oh, I want to go out, and it's like, where do I go?
Although, realistically, now knowing how outside your immediate outside of your house is, like, I would never be inside. Everything's in walking distance.
Yeah, but like there's no cool cafes and stuff. They're all like for old ladies drawing the pension out. So like there's nowhere for me to be, you know? Which is why I go to my hairdressers all the time, but now she's really close to me, so it's not a trip out, it's just something I do every day.
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, I'd be quite happy with the old ladies drawing their pension in the cafe. I'd be like, chill, that'd be perfect.
Whereas I want like a vibey coffee shop, and they opened a vibey coffee shop across the road, but I want like an armchair vibes, not like IKEA table kind of vibes, which is what they went with.
Yeah, which we hate. Ryan Reynolds married a mean girl, so I don't trust him as a vibe.
True. Maybe he could fix her. I don't judge. But she's the black cat in their relationship. He's the golden retriever, so. Curtis's mum thinks he's marrying a mean girl.
I decline to comment. I think Curtis is not actually as cute and sweet as he comes across sometimes. Curtis's humor is actually quite quick and biting a lot of the time. It just doesn't. You just don't see it first off.
Sometimes it's a bit too quick and biting, and I have to tell him that he went too far. Too hard, though.
No. Yeah, I think he just needs to get comfortable with you, and then it's gloves off.
Yep. Okay. Final sprint.
Okay.
Just gonna re-roll. That one wasn't great. I mean, I'm happy with a 50 sprint, but I don't really want to do that to everyone else who won't be happy with it.
I think that was gross. What did you do?
I rolled a 50 and I'm like, I have somewhere to be at 3:30, so I don't want to do 50. You know what? I'm just going to do 30 minutes. Like, fuck it.
Okay.
I've got 30 minutes in between sprints.
Okay. You're in charge. I'm just vibing.
Curtis has more golden. I don't know. I feel like we both switch very quickly. Like, I think I have a black cat and a golden retriever inside of me, and so does him. There is this joke that, like, we can't be happy at the same time. Like, if I'm depressed, he's happy, and if he's depressed, I'm happy. So we are always a black cat and a golden retriever, just at different times.
It just you're definitely a lot softer and gentler than you actually come across a lot of the time. I think people have like this image of you as this mega mean black cat, and you're absolutely not. You are.
No, but I also don't mind people. Like, I want to be a black cat, but I also want to be treated like a golden retriever. Like, I want to be mean to you. I don't want you to be mean to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sums up our friendship.
Pretty much. Okay, final sprint, guys. I'll see y'all in 30 minutes. As that alarm went off, Curtis stomped on a cardboard box really hard to like flatten it. He's
Like Curtis.
My office is to the hallway, and he's doing a cardboard run to the tip. So he's like literally just throwing cardboard boxes downstairs.
Lovely.
Yeah.
Lovely. Terrifying staircase, which is the only thing that I don't miss about your house.
I opened the attic door once when he was throwing all the cardboard from upstairs down his stairs, and I opened the attic door and the door was just like blocked with cardboard. And he like had to try and squeeze through. It was really fun.
God, yeah, well, he's a little skinny guy, so he can do that.
True. Also, a Curtis update on the conversation we just had. I asked him if he would marry Jeffrey Dean Morgan or just make sweet casual love to him, and he didn't reply. He just laughed. So I think he's already married to Jeffrey Dean Morgan.
Well, why isn't he sharing?
I know that is the question. And he did seem surprised to see him when we saw him on the boys panel at Comic-Con, which you'd think he would know that he would be there. So
yeah, so obviously that was a ruse.
Mm-hmm.
Disgusting. You would think that, and to having to hold of it all, that he would allow you to hold.
I know.
That's just
I wouldn't mind having either.
I mean, to be honest, I think Jeffrey Dean Morgan wouldn't mind being had.
I don't think he would.
Also, I like that Locked Library came up again. Like, is it worth the money? No.
No, I don't mind keeping hold of the subscription, but I'm just skipping most of it. I did get, was it last month that I got this month? I'm sure I've had one recently. Is it in that list? Oh, it's whatever this month's book is, I have it. So I wanted it.
I can tell that you're really excited for it.
I've just completely I was though, and I know what it is. It's the religious poster book. The one that looks like an early 2000s religious poster.
Oh yes.
Yeah. I keep having this thing where I'm like, I'm sure I wanted it. What is it? And yeah, it's that. It's because I've known that it's that for so long, and I've been talking about it for so long that I'm assuming that already happened.
You said it was the religious poster book, and my brain didn't go to a poster of religion. It went to a person who posts about religion, and I was like,
oh.
I was like, are you okay? What are you talking about?
I did have a book that I got from them that I wanted because it was Raylo fanfic, and I do tend to like a lot of books that I read that are Raylo fanfic.
Yeah.
And then it arrived damaged, and I tried to get them to give me a refund because I then found out that the author was pro-life, but then they were like, we'll send you a new one, and I was like, I want a refund. But I just have that book.
Oh, that's really upsetting. I really hate when you get a book and you have it and then you discover something objectionable about the author, like right as you're about to read that. That happened to me with a memoir, and Sarah was like, just so you know, that person's a massive TERF who really supports J.K. Rowling. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, it sucks.
Why? When ish the live show for Ship of Magic will be exactly Monday the 2nd of September.
That is the day after the live show for the Wisdom of Crowds.
Oh, nice.
Yeah. Oh, Jordaline just posted in her stories that she read that book, and she said something that I don't know whether it was good or bad.
Okay. I was going to say that's ambiguous.
She said 42 minutes ago she posted it.
Yep.
She said, I don't expect you to understand, but I'm not okay. She tagged the author, so I think that means she liked it.
I was going to say that suggests to me that she enjoyed it, which is, I mean, don't get me wrong, it might have the most innovative horror twist in the entire world, but I don't want to dig through more pages of the main character making stupid choices because she can only think with her girl brain.
Do you have a physical copy of that?
No.
Oh, I was going to be like, can I have it? Because I think
it sounds really good. However, it is on Everand.
Is it physically? Is it ebook on Everand? Or just audio?
I've got the audiobook. I don't know if the ebook's on there or not. But it's a very short audiobook. So
Are they birds on the cover, not bats?
what?
If there were bats on the cover, that would be great, but I think they're probably birds.
On the cover of this book?
Yeah.
Oh, you've got a different version from the cover I'm looking at on Goodreads, and I was like, there aren't any birds or bats on it, Becca. Like, yeah, it's birds.
One of the magical readathon prompts, the really specific magical readathon prompts I have is a book with bats on the cover, and I own exactly 2. I've torn my bookshelves apart. I've got 3 because I've got the Empire of the Vampire, but I've read it. I have the Book of Witches, which was the Locked Library anthology that I didn't want, and Bats of the Republic by Zachary Thomas Dodson, which is a mixed media historical dystopian that is like a textbook.
I am fairly sure. Hold on.
Oh, I just closed the timer and I'm going to need it in a minute.
Why did you do that?
Because normally when we're in like the last talking section before the stream ends, I get rid of the timer.
Like, for why though? Okay, so there's no point in recommending that to you because you're over paranormal romance at this point.
Oh yeah, like 100%. It's hard to describe when I say, you know what, paranormal romance people still the most persistent people I've ever known in my life.
We like what we like, man.
Is that the paranormal romance people are always the people that are like, I know you just said you don't like paranormal romance, but you will love this series because it is my favorite. And not once have I liked them. Not once.
The funny thing though, realistically, is that this happens to me even as a paranormal romance person. Yes, Sarah was summoned. Sarah's special interest is bats. Yeah, genuinely, like this happens to me even as somebody who does like paranormal romance or like urban fantasy, I would say, because that includes romance, but you know, other things. And that I really love the Mercy Thompson series, okay? Like I really love it, but I acknowledge that there's tons of things wrong with it and that at the start it leans kind of Christian. But a lot of things back in the day did. Anita Blake also did, you know, like that kind of stuff. There's quite a lot of mentions of being a good girl for Jesus in the first couple of Anita Blake books, and then by the end of it, she's having like harem sex. But I have said this, right, 100 times. But the people who love Ilona Andrews books are feral, man. Because the amount of times that they say to me, oh, you like Patricia Briggs and you used to read Anita Blake back in the day, etc., you should read. And I'm like, oh yeah, I've read the first couple, but just nothing was really like pulling me along. I wasn't that. No, but when you get to book 5, like when you get to book 5, that'll be fine. I'm like, no, I read up to book 3 and I think I'm good. No, but honestly, in book 7, this thing happens. I'm like, no, I think I'm good. No, but are you though?
For me as well, it's not the paranormal of it all. I like paranormal stories. I don't like paranormal romance in terms of it being a subgenre that has a very specific formula. So I don't want to read a 27-book series with 300-page books all following a different couple. Don't want to read that, but I will read A Discovery of Witches, which is paranormal romance, because it's very different. Like, it's not that formula. It is a romance that has paranormal creatures, and paranormal romance as a genre is a completely different thing. And when I say that, I mean, I don't like Suggy Stackhouse. I don't want to read Anita Blake. I don't want to read The Dark Hunters. I don't want to read Patricia Briggs, or is it Kim Harrison as well? Like, I don't want to read any of that.
That's why you need to unhaul the Charlie Davidson books as well, because you're going to hate them.
Yeah, I think that they are also.
Just get rid of them.
I didn't know that when I got them because they have like a much lighter cover.
Yeah, they definitely, the cover does not represent the contents. I'm trying to think. I mean, apart from going for like books like Dracula, which I'm sure has a bat on the cover somewhere, like apart from stuff that's really specific.
I've read Empire of the Vampire. I considered maybe rereading it. I do have Empire of the Damned has bats on the sprayed edge on the Illumicrate edition. And Bride by Ali Hazelwood has done me dirty because it doesn't have bats on the cover. And I'm like, you're supposed to be a vampire romance. What the fuck is wrong with you?
Seriously.
And there are bats on the sprayed edge of that, though, on the Illumicrate edition.
There must be... I must have horror books downstairs that have bats on them. I will hunt my horror shelves for you and see if there's anything.
I was looking for horror that had, because I've got like How to Sell a Haunted House by Grady Hendrix, and I thought that might have a bat on the cover, but no. But my horror section is quite limited.
Yeah, I'm even looking at one that's got a creepy wood on the cover, and it has a freaking crow, but it doesn't have a bat. Damn, does this one have a bat?
It's true. There are lots of crows, and I've noticed specifically when I've been hunting, like a lot of witchy books have birds instead of bats, and I'm like, that's just rude.
It is a shame that you don't like Mercy Thompson though, because she has bat tattoos, and it's on all of the covers. So that sucks for you. Damn. Does that have a bat? Oh, now I'm like.
This is what I was doing the other day.
You heard a weird clicky noise? That was my knee. That wasn't even my ankle. Damn.
Oh yeah, Deb did have one. It's by, I'm pretty sure it's called So Thirsty. I think it's by the same author as Cackle.
Oh no, not for me.
And that has a bat on it.
Damn it.
Right? It's bat erasure.
That's real.
I also really rudely have a prompt that's a book with a phoenix on the cover, which is, again, the phoenix on the cover. I know I only have like 2 books that fit that prompt, so I'm willing to let that slide. But then I thought I would have more bats. I'm
literally prowling, and I'm like, surely to shit, something has a bat on it. Come on.
Mystery is not for me, Katie, and I don't like historical unless it's a very specific type of historical fantasy.
I wonder.
And I definitely do not enjoy superhero comics, sadly, either.
No. I wonder if... Oh, that's going to really piss me off. I will look through my horror shelves when I go downstairs, because I'm sure that some of them will have little bats on the cover.
One would hope.
I will send you any options that I find.
Thank you. And on that note, I'm going to wrap these sprints up, because I have some other sprints to be in 15 minutes. So if you are a patron of me, I will be there. It's Ash's chemo support sprint, so we will be going for 5 hours while she gets her treatment, which will be fun for us.
Yeah, I was going to say for us, not for Ash.
Well, she likes them as well, so she'll enjoy the sprints. That's why we do them, because she likes them. It'd be great if like she fucking hated them, but we were just doing them anyway. But on that note, I'll see some of you on Patreon and some of you next week.
Bye, guys.